proposition. This is true,
I'm not taking long, as long as I thought.
False, in the cases where this is true and this is true, this is true, and so on. Now, there are a whole number of others, and you can quickly calculate if for these 4 rows, you can in each row decide whether you put a true or a false. You have 2 to the 4 equals 16 binary operators. Yes?
So just to make sure, we are talking about operators as objects that translate one proposition into another one, but not through the construction of proposition and the operator.
That's right. So a unary operator takes one proposition and constructs from it a new proposition.
So you're not writing down the operators, but rather what an operator makes to a certain proposition.
Yes, but that's the notion of an operator. It takes 2 variables from this set. So it goes, if you would say, from the Cartesian product of the set true-false with the set true-false to the set true-false. It's a map. However, I'm not saying it this way because we don't know yet what a set is. We don't know yet what a Cartesian product is. This is an elementary presentation of this. One can do this even more abstractly and just write down deduction rules. Never write down such a table and you write down deduction rules. This is the even more abstract way of doing this. I didn't choose it because it has no purpose whatsoever if you do standard logic. If you do non-standard logic, like intuitionist logic, then you reduce certain deduction rules, and then you get a logic that you can no longer express with these tables. Okay? And, well, that is very esoteric. I don't say it's not interesting. I find it very interesting, but every course has to define its bottom line. And so this course defines the bottom line at not writing down propositional logic using deduction rules and axioms, but rather presenting the tables, because it's really sufficient for what we're going to do. Okay. Okay. So now there are a number of others. There is the OR, there is the exclusive OR, and so on. So the P or Q, you know, this is true, 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 false. The exclusive OR is false, true, true, false, and so on. So in medieval ages, people were discussing whether the OR that appears in some sentence actually means the inclusive or the exclusive OR, and obviously they appealed to the Bible in order to see how God used it. It was actually, again, Wittgenstein and Frege and others who, more or less around the turn of the century to the 20th century, said, no, hang on, it's just a table, it's just a definition. You have 16 binary operators, each of them maybe deserve their name or not. You have 16 of them, you have the inclusive OR, you have the exclusive OR, and so on. Now this is all child's play, and you've seen this before. But I go to such length in writing this down because there is one binary operator which sometimes is a little ill understood unless you're maybe very knowledgeable about these things, and that's this implication arrow. So from school days, we use this implication arrow as saying, I write down something that's true, and now I do something valid, and then I may write down this implication arrow, and that means I did something okay. Now, the implication arrow, as much as the end, is a binary operator that takes a proposition and another proposition and makes one new proposition out of it. So this whole thing, P implies Q, is in total true or false. When is it true and when is it false? From true follows true, this is evaluated to be true. From true follows false, no, 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 mistake, you don't pass the test. From false follows true, you say no, no, no. Well, yes, 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 yes. You should write a T here, that's at least the definition. And from false follows false, well, that must be certainly a wrong conclusion. No, it is not. It's also true. Now, this is the definition of the implication arrow, and this is why I go to such great length about this. Well, this principle that from a false assumption, you can conclude anything, and the whole thing is evaluated to be true, deserves a name which this principle has been in place for a long time. So the principle is called in Latin ex falso quod libet. roughly translated, it means from a false assumption you can conclude whatever you like. Ex falso quod libet. And these first two, they're kind of intuitive. Now the question is, why on earth would you define the implication arrow like this? And the answer is hidden in a little theorem, which is very simply proven. The theorem is P implies Q. This statement, I put it in brackets, is actually equivalent to, now this equivalence arrow we haven't defined. I define it here on the left-hand side. P equivalent Q is true if both are true, false if one of them is not and the other is, and true again if both are false. P implies Q is an equivalent statement to, now careful, not Q implies not P. So the order, if you put the not in front, the order is exchanged. And because I didn't tell you about the binding strength yet, you may be careful and put brackets around here. Now, this looks funny. It's quickly proven. We'll do it in a second. But the important thing about this logical mumble-jumble is the corollary. This actually means we can prove assertions by way of contradiction. So assume we know that P is true, or it's the assumption that P is true, and we want to prove that then Q is true. What we can do instead, which is fully equivalent, is to assume that what we want to prove is not true, and to prove that that means that the assumption isn't true. And we say, oh, contradiction, so Q must have been true. Well, this is what this says.
What?
So this statement says you can prove assertions by way of contradiction. It's a very elementary principle, a very sharp tool of mathematics. Now coming back to your question about these tables and what map this is, such an operator, if you formulated logic in terms of these deduction rules and axioms without the tables, you could surgically remove certain deduction rules. And one of them that you can remove, such that the whole thing cannot be written down by tables anymore, would be one that destroys this theorem. And then you would have a logic, and build on it, you would have a type of mathematics where proofs by contradiction are no longer allowed. You'll probably, in every good mathematics department, you find one professor who follows that kind of, I think they call it intuitionist logic. And it's a pain because the course takes double as long as usual, because you have to constructively prove everything you want to prove. And some people make a strong point that that is very meaningful. It's certainly a better result if you know something constructively, but they make an even deeper point. They say, we do not trust the proofs by contradiction. Anyway, we're not going into that. With our definition, we have logic that allows proofs by contradiction, essentially by this definition. Well, so how do you prove such a thing? Well, this is important for the first vanilla problem in any exam. Well, of course, you use the tables and you construct this. So you have P, Q, you construct not P and not Q. So true, 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 false, false, true, false, 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 true, true, false, true, false, true. And then you write down P implies Q, and you know this from before. It's true, false, true, true. You write down not Q implies not P. Well, you construct it from here. False implies false is true. True implies false is false. False implies true is true, ex falso quod libet. And true implies true is certainly also true. So we have true, false, true, 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 false, true, true. Wonderfully, these two columns are equivalent. This is exactly the statement up here. This is the proof of such statements by way of writing down out in full the table, the truth table. Okay. So there are certain remarks in order. Remark 1, we agree on decreasing binding strength in the sequence decreasing. Okay, not is very strong, and is not so strong, or is even less. Then we have an implication arrow, and then we have an equivalence arrow. Okay, so if you have more symbols, you need to extend the sequence. However, the question is, how many operators do you actually need? Well, we had a few unary ones, we had a few binary ones. Well, what about higher order operators? Remark 2, higher order operators, say the operator heart shape that eats P1 to Pn statements, so it would be an operator of order n. Well, unary operators are obviously of order 1, binary operators of order 2. Higher order operators, heart shape, can be constructed, I should say all higher order operators can be constructed from one single, well, not only higher, for any order n, from one single binary operator. And it's the so-called NAND operator, P, Q. I write down the table of the NAND operator, P. So let's have an up arrow for this guy. So true, 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 false, false, true, false, false, always the same order in case my writing gets worse. NAND is false, true, 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 because it's AND, but the negated version of it. It's NAND, not AND. And my statement is that any operator can be constructed from the NAND operator alone. So in fact, we do not really need this binding strength thing. It's just a convenience. All right, so I guess there will be some finger practice problems on the first problem sheet on that. Yes?
Just a short question. If you write down the equivalence operator in a table, such as this, is it only true when both sides are true or both sides are false, or what's the table for that one?
That's the definition of the equivalence operator. It's true if both propositions take the same value. Yeah. That's because on the other blackboard. Yes. Okay, further questions? All right. So this was a very quick recap of propositional logic, and we'll proceed to predicate logic. So section 1.2, predicate logic. Definition. A predicate is what one might informally describe as a proposition valued
Man, I love some fucking higher order mathematics.
function of some variable.
I just need the shit. Tell me the shit.
Some variable or variables.
None of that shit.
Variable.
I need shrooms and rice.
Because it could depend on several. So, for example, you could have a proposition P of x, and its truth value depends on what x is. True or false, dependent on X.
Hello.
You could have a predicate that depends on two variables, X and Y, and now it's true or false dependent on what the combination of X and Y is. Now, like in propositional logic, it was not the task to study
There goes all my fucking
complex
money. I don't
propositions.
care. I'm not willing to fucking gather
is
the mushrooms.
Strictly speaking, not the
Probably
task
should have gone
of
for like one or
predicate
two,
logic
but like whatever.
to
Fuck it.
tell you how these predicates are actually built. You might ask, okay, so what could this be? Could this be u of x and y is true if x is greater than y? So if x and y are numbers, say real numbers, and x is greater than y. That would be constructing such a predicate. Strictly speaking, it is not the task of propositional logic to
Not worth it,
construct them.
financially
Because
speaking.
obviously, in order to construct them, you need some further language how you can
close are we at?
combine objects
47?
x and y.
think
That's the
we-
first thing.
Complete these, then we're fucking done.
And then you might ask,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
what set
I gotta go
do you
to,
take the x's
the side.
from, and from what set do you take the x and the y from, and so on? And the answer is no such thing. We leave it entirely open what x and y, what they are, where they come from, what their nature is. They're just variables. They say this is very weird, because since elementary school days we've been conditioned to always say, what set does it come from? Now, the point is, we need to leave it this open in this fashion because we only want to define the notion of set later using this language, so we cannot already use sets. And in fact, it will be a part of set theory to introduce a fundamental predicate that takes two objects and makes out of these two objects a proposition that's either true or false. And you know this, the fundamental, so if we're not using this here, this comes later, so I write here later. We might define a fundamental predicate of two variables in this way, using this element symbol. And you see, now, if we already have a rough idea, but don't use this, just the outlook. If you already have a rough idea, x and y's, well, if they're sets, and that's actually the statement, if x and y are sets, then x element y is a predicate of two objects, which is either true or false. Okay? But this will come later, because so far, strictly speaking, in predicate logic of the first kind and so on, you do not have this symbol yet. So again, I cross this out because it's only later. At this level, we're only dealing with these predicates as the elementary objects. Okay? It's always important to know what a subject is not talking about. In this case, it's not talking about how to build these guys. Now, however, what we can do, we can again construct new predicates from old ones. Construct new predicates from given ones. And well, there is the simple way we could define a q of x, y, and z to be, well, you see, instead of colon equal sign, which means defined as, because this whole thing for given x, y, z is a proposition, we can say it's defined to be equivalent to, say, p of x and r of y and z. Because obviously, if the x is supplied, if the y and the z are supplied, this is a proposition, this is a proposition, it's two propositions, they can be conjoined by the AND operator, and you have a new predicate now of three variables. Stuff like that, very simple. Now, a more interesting way is the following. You can actually convert a predicate of one variable into a proposition. Convert predicate of one variable, and this can of course be extended, into a proposition. So let's call this predicate P, capital P, of one variable. So let's write it down. Let's write down the proposition. Which proposition? The proposition is this. Funny upside down A, x colon P of x. So what is the proposition? Well, the proposition is all of this. So if you ask what does this guy in the box mean, the answer is it's a proposition. It's a proposition that has been constructed from a predicate of one variable, and we may read it, and that's the proposition. Well, we may read it more reasonably, for all x, P of x is true, so that is how we read this.
And I love Schuller so much.
For all
It's a good dude.
x,
Very intelligent.
P of x
Very good at explaining
is
shit.
true.
Where the fuck is our boy?
But how is it defined? And this proposition is defined to be true, if P of x is true independent of x. Independently of x. So if the x doesn't matter, you can substitute whatever you like for x, it's true. This is the definition of this proposition, and obviously this proposition has been constructed from this predicate. Now,
Why are we so dumb?
I warned you, it's not our task here, in principle, to provide specific predicates. Nevertheless, as an example, as a feel-good example, we might do so nevertheless.
Dude gets himself killed, if I remember correctly.
So we could define a predicate. P of x is defined as, so now it becomes fishy, but that's the feel-good part. The feel-good always involves an amount of imprecision. X is a human being implies X, now let's be politically correct, X has been created. This includes all faiths, if you think God created it or the Father, whatever. But this is the whole statement, so the whole proposition. The whole proposition is this implication. Now, I said we don't want to say where the x's come from. Well, I don't. I just hide this in here. X is a human being, means X has been created in the mother's womb or wherever. Well, this is certainly always true. Then for all x, P of x is true. That's it. It's nothing more, nothing less. Yes?
So far you said we don't know anything about x, but if we would, could we also convert a predicate in other ways into a proposition, like saying, okay, not for all x, but for some x?
Yes, indeed. Absolutely, thank you. That's what I was coming to next. There is the brother of this all quantor, so this is called the all quantor, and we can also define the existence quantification. Existence
Kinda help you, dumbass.
quantification. It does the same, well, a similar thing. It takes a proposition of one variable, and now there is a different mumble jumble in front of it, which in total is a proposition. And this here, we will read there exists an x such that P of x, this is how we read it, but how do we define it? Well, it's a proposition, so we need to provide the proposition that defines it, and that's simple, because it's not all x not p of x. So obviously brackets like this, if you want them, we don't need them. Maybe we'll put a bracket around here for clarity. So having available the all quantor, you define the existence quantor as the negated all quantification of the negated predicate. Okay? And
Good
an
shit.
immediate corollary from this is, well, it's really very trivial, is that for all x, something is not true, is equivalent to it's not true that there exists an x for which it is true.
Fair.
If something isn't true for any x, then certainly it's not true that there exists one where it's true. Very simple. It seems simple, and once it's written down, it's perfectly clear, and if you have mathematical training, it's clear. But if you go to the hairdresser, from time
What a
to
waste
time,
of fucking time.
you see that in many German barber shops, on the door it says,
I have one more
what
quest that I
hairdressers
need to
can
complete.
do, only hairdressers can do. It sounds good, but if you think about it, it means they can do nothing a non-hairdresser can do. So if I, as a non-hairdresser, can draw nice pictures, it means a hairdresser cannot. Okay, so careful with the negations
shit.
and the
Supposed
all
to have
quantification. You quickly run into things you don't want to say. Are there questions so far? Okay, so a remark.
Cavia hates you. This quest is hidden.
The order.
Fuck you.
Also, obviously, we can use quantification also for predicates of more than one variable. Quantification
So I gotta find some random dude and talk to him 3 times.
for more,
What a bastard.
for predicates of more than one variable.
And it doesn't show up in your fucking quest log? Oh my god.
Of more
Fuck
than
you!
one variable.
Cavia.
So that looks like for all x, p of x and y, which is now a predicate of 2 variables. Well, what does this yield? Well, obviously, this yields a predicate of just one variable, namely the variable we didn't quantify over. So usually one refers to this as the bound variable. And to this y that survives the quantification and then appears again, we call this the free variable. And well, if you quantified once, you quantified one of the variables away. You have one variable left.
Where's this
You can
random
quantify
fucking dude
again.
I'm supposed to talk to?
So that's remark 1. And the remark 2
Not
is
you.
that the order matters. Remark 2, the order of quantification matters.
Do what I want.
So for all x, there exists a y such that p of x and y is generically different proposition
So you never go that way.
Then,
It's completely pointless. Alright, where's the bastard I
there
can talk to
exists a
3
y
times?
such that for all x, p of x
It's
and
you?
y.
No.
And because the order matters, one should
You?
avoid, although it's very tricky to do so
She did.
In the heat of calculation, but one should seriously avoid writing quantification after the expression. So very often we write this and that is true for all x, y, z. Or there exists a y such that this and this is true, and then we say for all x, y, z. Well, you should arrange all the quantification before the predicate and then you have a clear idea of what the order is, because sometimes you write one behind if you formulate not so formally, and then sometimes one means you pull it to the front or you pull it here. You don't know. So it's best
Standing
to
on a
stick
cliff
to
near
such
the
an order.
lighthouse.
And you know this from, say, statements about inverse and neutral elements. No? So neutral elements, for all x in the real numbers, there exists a real number 0 such that x plus 0 is x. But it's of this type to have the inverse element. No, that was just the wrong way around. I'm sorry, you see? Already mistake. Again, so for the neutral element, there exists a neutral element 0 such that for all elements, x plus 0 is x. Law of the neutral element of the additive neutral element of the real numbers. But for the inverse elements, for every x, you have a y. That means depending on what x is, you can choose your y differently. Something is true. Okay? So there you have an application of this. It's all very clear, but nevertheless, it's sometimes the root of some trouble. Okay? So, well, this actually concludes our quick overview of predicate logic. And, but there's an immediate application to all of this. This is our section 1.3, and that's called axiomatic systems. And theory of proofs. You all met proofs in your physics lectures, in the theoretical physics lectures mainly, in the mathematics lectures and so on. But what actually is a proof? Well, it's a way of arguing why something is true if something else that you assumed is true. But how do you argue? What are the valid rules of writing down a proof? Well, this can actually be defined. And there are some subtleties in this that actually render some of the proofs that are sometimes given, rarely, actually non-proofs. And if you are very serious about proving something, you need to know what the definition of a proof is. Well, we start with the definition of an axiomatic system. Definition. An axiomatic system.
Hey, what the fuck? The camera was fucking with
And
me
you see,
big
all
time.
this is preparation to write down the
Completely
axiomatic system that
disoriented.
defines set theory. An axiomatic system is a finite sequence of propositions A1, A2, ... to AN. Now, if one wants to be very smart about it, one could object here and say, what do you mean by finite? And what do you mean by numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to n? Because if you haven't defined sets yet, how on earth are you talking about numbers? Well, you could write this down as A1 slash, A2 slashes, A slash 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 slash. So logicians call these pre-mathematical numbers. It's what you do in Bavarian pubs. Okay. So again, if these lectures are attended by
German humor.
a mathematical logician, he will probably shout all the time, well, hang on a second, this is a little bit too naive. It's true. I'm not using the full first predicate logic approach to all this thing. It already showed up in my use of tables and so on. But it gives you the right ideas. It's conceptually exactly what they do without going into too much of the formal nitty-gritty, which for what we're going to do and what we're going to use it for would be fully redundant. Okay? So
I think the villagers ever like
this
get
is
concerned
supposed to
that
give you
I'm
the right
drinking and
idea.
bored
It's
in
the
town
right
all the time,
idea.
or
It's
they
not
just not give a fuck.
necessarily
They're
what
just
a
like, yep,
professional
there's
mathematical
NieR doing
logician
his
would
fucking
write
thing
down
again.
if he publishes his new research monograph. Okay? But this is putting the whole thing to classroom use. So this is my disclaimer. Doesn't mean that anything of this is wrong. It's all right. Okay, so an axiomatic system is a finite sequence of propositions. And these propositions are called axioms, which are called the axioms. Full stop. Definition. What is a proof? A proof of a proposition, let's call it small p, that's the thing we want to prove. A proof of a proposition within an axiomatic system so the idea is I first give you axioms and then I set a homework problem, prove p, starting from the axioms. A proof of a proposition p within an axiomatic system, A1 to AN, is a sequence, and again is a finite sequence of propositions so informally we would say this finite sequence of propositions Q1 to Q capital M are the steps of the proof, if you wish, is a finite sequence of propositions Q1 to Qm such that, now obviously we need conditions for this to be to constitute a proof, and the finite Qm proposition is supposed to be the thing you want to prove, the proposition you want to prove. Obviously, if you have a proof and you have steps, at the end, you better had the statement that you wanted to prove.
Fuck you, game. What the hell is this quest called?
Yes.
Is this the one
Yes.
that I can
Yes.
farm
And-
the fucking complex machine infinitely? I don't know. Pride of a lover.
Yes, but the individual steps, so actually a finite sequence of propositions, I should add here, or propositional schemes. Now we're very clear. The point is one single proposition in an axiomatic system can come in the form for all x, this and that is true. And then you can actually use the individual statements. If the proposition is for all x, p of x, that's just a proposition. But you can actually take the p of x out and say, well, this is for all x, then I can use p of x as an individual object, which is then true in maybe infinitely many instances, namely for all the x's that could be. And that we call a propositional scheme. So there is some subtlety there. But the actual steps of the proof must be a finite number of steps. That's very important. And when I was in my first semester, I had today I would say it was fortunate that my analysis professor was an intuitionist, so he didn't have proofs by contradiction. That was one thing. And the other thing is that he was sometimes really mad at some textbook proofs of analysis theorems. And he very often said, this proof is not finite. And we didn't understand what he meant. Well, we now understand, because in the formal theory of proofs, you need a finite sequence of propositions. It's very important. Anyway, so it's such a sequence of steps, and they need to satisfy certain conditions. So proof is a finite sequence of propositions Q1 to Qn such that
just keep going north.
Well,
ignore the wolves.
condition A is satisfied, one of the following, such that one, oh, hang on.
What? Oh, okay. It's like, why the hell is the X right there?
Yeah, okay.
Not supposed
Such
to be.
that for any J
Use these to work
that
around
lies
later.
between
All
one
the fast travel and shit
and the
only
final
happens after pivotal
step,
plot
so
moments.
that for any step
it would
of
be
the proof,
significantly more useful to have
either of the following is true.
It's fine.
Either condition A is true, and that means that this jth step of the proof, that this Qj is a proposition from the list of
No.
axioms.
Not yet.
It means at an arbitrary step in your proof, you may pick one of the axioms and put it there. Very clear. You may put
What up, spoders?
B,
Shit.
no, T, tautology, or the jth step of the proof is a plain tautology. Is
What the fuck are you doing? No, I see.
tautology. I think I didn't define formally what a tautology is. A tautology is a statement, is a proposition that is always true, independent of the elementary propositions it's made up of. So tautology e.g. P or not P. This is a proposition, right? And because P appears in there, and we don't know whether P is true or false, generically we wouldn't know whether P or not P is true or false, because it could depend or would depend normally on P. But this specific combination, P or not P, well, this is always true, as you can check from the table. This is called a tautology. A tautology is a proposition that is always true, independent of the elementary propositions it's made of. And so either this, or for the jth step of the proof, the condition M is satisfied. So this stands for axiomatic, this stands for tautology, and this M stands for modus ponens, which is a very old logical, how do you say, deduction rule. But we'll write it down here. I mean, there's nothing in the name, modus ponens, such that there exist M,
Open the fucking door.
and N somewhere in the proof, that we had some, not somewhere, but actually before the current step. So if for every step it's true that,
Got the floor right.
so we in the jth
While I'm here, I
step
might as well
of the
see if I can get
proof,
the pyrite.
we may use any of the previous steps, step M and step N, which are before the current step, such that there exist such guys, such that the proposition Qm and Qn, so you take the mth step of the proof, you take the nth step of the proof, you put an and between, implies
The
the
fuck is this?
qth, the jth step,
Yeah.
such that
little
this
bastards.
is true.
Fuck did you go?
So please realize this is a proposition.
Oh, nice. Good draw.
Okay, so it could be that we have two steps
Oh,
before
so
the
a
proof.
consistent
I
draw.
put them
That's
together by
pretty
and I can show that from this and implication arrow Qj is true for some m and some n before this jth step. This whole thing is true. That
Fucking
also
bastards.
qualifies the jth step as a valid one. So the jth step can consist of an axiom.
What?
It can consist of a plain tautology, or it can be deduced from two previously arrived steps we arrived at. If this
Dirty
is true.
bag.
Yes.
Do you
Dirty,
really
dirty
need
bag.
the last one, or doesn't it follow out of A and T somehow? I mean, it's pretty much just an assembly of proportions, isn't it?
No.
Okay, that's probably...
No, you need it. You definitely, seriously, desperately, fully need it.
It's just probably somewhere which is so intuitively that you don't really see it.
Yes, because you have some kind of kindergarten intuition about this thing. You say, if this is true, then I can do this. But remember, this is a binary operator. It's not more. It's not more. It has not this nice intuition about where the arrow goes, there the thought goes or something. It's just a binary operator. This is a logical statement. It's one of the axioms. At the moment, we don't have enough technology to provide a meaningful proof. But in this course, I will write out one proof in full according to this scheme, one single one. And that is, I think, the uniqueness of the empty set. Now, there will be an axiom that stipulates there exists an empty set with such and such properties, and then you have to show there's only one such set. And it's a very quick proof, and intuitively we say, yeah, it's clear, if you know the definition of the implication arrow. But if you really want to write it out, I think it has something like 16 lines. It's a 16-step proof if you write it out in full like this. And I want to present one proof that is precise. And the other proofs will be given in the form they're usually given, by some quick arguments. But the understanding of mathematicians is, well, yeah, I mean, even in the best journals, and the most celebrated theorems are usually not proven in this fashion, because this goes in the millions and billions, I don't know, of lines proving comparatively simple stuff. Okay, so we don't do that. We use like this is kind of like machine code in computer science, right? Almost like the zeros and the ones, the binary code, and actually the proofs we give in a higher language like C++ or so. Okay, so this is what we do in mathematics, but the understanding is that the proofs we write in books, we say, well, now it's obvious that The understanding is it's only a proof if your fellow mathematicians agree that in principle what was written down now could probably, according to our intuition, be broken down to proofs of this type. Okay, and if somebody has the feeling that what you do here will not lead to a proof of this type, for instance, not to a finite step proof, a proof with finitely many steps, then mathematicians will raise objection to this proof and will say, well, we're not convinced. And then in principle, as long as somebody says, I'm not convinced, a mathematician has to break down the proof more and more until you arrive here. So you can obstruct any lecture in mathematics. So it's don't tell anyone. You can obstruct any lecture in mathematics by, okay.
Doesn't it matter if there are some other propositions between M, N, and J?
No, it doesn't matter, because you can go back in your proof to an arbitrary point, because the rough idea is that everything there has been there anyway. It's an axiom or it's a tautology, and all the other stuff has been arrived at by implication arrows. That's the intuition. And so it suffices to look at stuff that was before, but because everything that comes after has been connected by an implication arrow. But you cannot go further than the current step, because that would imply that you used equivalence arrows. If you use equivalence arrows, you can go further down and say, oh, and later I show, so I can use it again now. Well, apart from some circularity, it's the directedness of this thing, very roughly speaking, intuitively speaking, that allows you to go to any previous pair of previous steps, even if there's something in between, but not further. Okay? Fine. Okay, so remark. If P can be proven from an axiomatic system A1 to AN, we often write A1 AN, and then this symbol means proves P. It's our short form for this. And of course, an obvious remark is that this definition of proof allows you to recognize a proof. This definition allows to easily recognize a proof.
I wonder how graphically this would compare to the remaster. Although it's replicant, so it
In
won't
principle, you
obviously
can give
scale
this a
one-to-one.
computer. You say,
Different characters
computer,
and
please
shit, but-
check, is the following a proof of this? That's very easy.
Okay, that was worth it.
An altogether different manner is to find a proof.
I'll fucking take it after the money I shelled out for all those fucking quests.
Different matter is to find a proof.
Yeah, if only we could just
For a certain
derive
proposition.
proofs from logic.
And as you all know from your own experience,
Technically, you
even
can't,
set
but it would
problems
be
where
fucking
usually
difficult as shit.
if you're asked to prove something, it can be proven. This is not so easy. And sometimes it's so difficult that if you
So
find a
many other
proof
things
where
I need
people
to do in
before
hard
didn't,
work.
you become a celebrated mathematician.
For
So the theory of proofs here doesn't give you any hint of how to prove things better, but at least it tells you what you have written down right now, that is a proof. And that can be very useful, of course. Okay. A further remark is that obviously any tautology, should it occur in an axiomatic system, or in the axioms. So if among the axioms there's a tautology, can be removed from the list of axioms without impairing the power of the axiomatic system. Well, that's very poetic. It means you can still prove the same stuff.
In other words, you
Because if you
miss
don't
in
pull your
part two.
proposition from your tautology from the list of axioms, you can put it anyway. So it's actually this axiom T that guarantees that. And an extreme case of this is, that's why I'm mentioning it, what is the axiomatic system for propositional logic? Axiomatic system that describes propositional logic what is the list of axioms there? It's the empty sequence. Because in propositional logic, all we can prove are tautologies. Want to show something is true. Well, but then you don't need any axioms, because you can always pull a tautology into your proof by axiom T. Okay, I pushed this up for the camera.
Oh, that's bastardly. We'll have to keep that in mind.
This will become important in a second.
Oh, I didn't realize
but
this
let's
was
have
2
one further
hours long.
definition.
Holy shit.
Namely, an axiomatic system is consistent. An axiomatic system is consistent, called consistent, if there exists a proposition Q
Alright, let's kill this shit. Move on with the game,
which
I
cannot be
suppose.
proven. Which cannot be proven from the or within the system of from the axiomatic system. from the axioms. Or to express this formally, not A1 to AN proves Q. There exists such a Q.
Bunch of color books.
Now what's the idea behind this surprising, maybe, definition? Well, it's very simple.
There are definitely more rare drops on hard, for fuck's sake. I don't remember getting like hardly any on normal. Like just never get one.
I may be wrong, but I think I once heard that it's proven that it can't be proven that a system is consistent.
We'll come to that. My last statement of today's lecture will deal with that. Okay, so the idea behind the definition of consistent axiomatic systems is imagine or consider an axiomatic system containing contradictory
Got him.
propositions.
And poison. That's pretty good.
So for instance, A1, whatever, yeah, pop, 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 pop. Then we have P, S as one of the propositions. And later on in the list, we have not S. Assume we have an axiomatic
where the fuck do you
system that
guys come from?
stipulates this. Then, by the deduction rule M, the one whose existence or justification was doubted, tentatively, then by M, clearly, I can pull the S into my proof, I can pull the not S into my proof by axiom A, and then I can use these two by M and connect them with an and I only need
Thanks for
to
the
check
read.
whether for an arbitrary Q this is always true. Is this a tautology? Yeah, this is a tautology because S and not S is always false, you remember? But if the assumption is always false, the implication arrow is defined such that the whole statement is always true. Ex falso quod libet. So it's again the definition of the implication arrow, which I dwelled on at the beginning so much, which shows that this is true, ex falso quod libet, whatever you like, well, whatever statement you like can be concluded. So by M, we can arrive at the truth of any statement Q. You can also arrive at the statement of not Q. It doesn't matter. So the problem is any statement can be proven if you have contradictory assumptions, contradictory axioms. Now, it's a sign of not having inconsistency, of not having contradictory axioms, if it's simply not true that every statement can be proven. But here, every statement can be proven. Hence, we need to exclude that every statement can be proven. This is just one example. This is the general definition of consistency. Well, having come this far, we can now write down an impressively sounding theorem, which is very trivial. Propositional logic is consistent. Propositional logic is consistent. That's reassuring. What's the proof? Well, we have to, it suffices to show that there exists a proposition that
There we go. Kind of poison.
cannot be proven within propositional logic.
Yes! Fuck yes!
There's at least one that
Oh my
cannot be
God.
proven, then it's consistent. Now, propositional logic has an empty set, an empty sequence,
One more minor
empty
diversion.
sequence
That was so worth it.
of axioms.
Now we're going to part
You
2.
don't have any. So the only rules for a proof, only T and M must carry any proof. Now let's look at T and M again. The only way by which you can introduce an entirely new step is by writing down a tautology. And then the modus ponens only allows you to take previous tautologies and to write down the QJ where all this thing is a tautology. So the only thing you can prove are tautologies. Only tautologies can be proven. But that means, that is, Q and not Q cannot be proven. Because it's not a tautology. So we constructed a proposition that cannot be proven. And so propositional logic is consistent. And this is really trivial. Now again, an important remark is that while it's perfectly fine and clear how to define consistency, it's perfectly difficult to prove it for a given axiomatic system.
Powered up.
Propositional logic being a big exception. But if the axiomatic system becomes more powerful, if you have more axioms like we're going to write down for set theory, you might then again ask the question, is this set of axioms consistent in this sense? And it's very difficult to prove that. In fact, they're famously these statements first arrived at by Gödel, that say to a certain extent it's even not possible to show this under certain circumstances. And I will give only a very rough taste of one of the things.
Another
Gödel
complex
proved.
machine
So
oil, and 20 iron.
theorem.
Got it.
It's Gödel. And it roughly, not being technical, goes as follows. Any axiomatic system that is powerful enough to encode the elementary arithmetic of natural numbers, which are the positive integers. So you see, I use imprecise language here. What's elementary arithmetic? Well, elementary arithmetic, it depends on what you need in a proof. It means you understand prime numbers, you understand products, stuff like that. Okay, rather elementary stuff, let's say elementary school mathematics. What exactly it is, one would see in the proof what you need. But any axiomatic system, it's powerful enough to encode the elementary arithmetic of natural numbers, is either inconsistent never mind its successes with the arithmetic of the natural numbers, is either inconsistent
What shit is
or
normal for once? What the
contains
fuck? Okay. Don't know why that
it
is.
contains, well, you know,
See how
or
powerful the
contains
sword is now.
a proposition
Pretty powerful.
that can neither be proven nor disproven.
See how a spider fares. Come here. Oh, what the fuck?
So variants on this formulation are it contain true statements that cannot be
What
proven.
the fuck?
I mean, this sent shockwaves through the mathematics world at the time. It was this beginning of the 20th century.
Is that part of
20s,
the
30s, something like that.
100% guideline?
Because in mathematics, of all the arts, if you wish, the notion of truth seemed to be clear. Up to then, truth, or something was true if it could be proven based on a system of assumptions. So this was the pure truth of mathematics. But then Gödel came along and he, ironically, proved this and variants of this. Now, how does the proof proceed? Well, the proof is complicated. Or let's rather say the proof is involved. But the basic idea of the proof is the following.
I'm not going back to the beginning of the game for that.
Assign, so first, assign to each mathematical or also meta-mathematical statement or proposition a number. The so-called, what later on people called, now called Gödel number. Well, a mathematical statement is a squared plus b squared equals c squared, something of this kind, yeah, for all tralala that exists, and so on. And Gödel, I mean, very roughly speaking, says the plus sign gets a number, the exponent gets a number, every variable gets a different number, the equal
It's funny
sign
where
gets
you
a
know
different
when you know when
number.
it's gonna take you.
And then you can start talking about this equation. You can say the left-hand side of this equation has more symbols than the right-hand side. That would be a meta-mathematical statement.
Tiny, what
because
the
obviously
fuck are
not a
you doing?
mathematical statement, it's a meta-mathematical statement. The left-hand side has more symbols than the right-hand side. But even to such statements, such meta-mathematical statements, Gödel would be able, or devised how to assign a number to even such a statement. Take primes, every elementary symbol is assigned a prime, and then you take powers of primes and you multiply the powers, you get big numbers. And then to meta-mathematical statements, you get a huge number. Boom, there it is, right? Now, you do this for just everything, okay? And then once you did that, in a sense, you have a number for everything. And because you have to multiply the numbers, you need elementary arithmetic. Now you understand why there's this mysterious condition on the axiomatic system that you're using, being able to handle the elementary arithmetic, because this assignation of numbers and their calculation and so on requires this elementary arithmetic. And then what you do, you use the barber shaves all people in his village who do not shave themselves type argument to identify a proposition that is neither true nor false, neither provable nor disprovable. So you use some reflexive construction. You know this, I think, from the proof that there are overcountably many real numbers. You know that proof? You assume that you can write down every number, real number, in the form integer, decimal point, and then decimal places, d1, d2, d3, d4, da, 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 da. And then you assume that you can number every such expression. You assign a number to them. But then you actually use the number of the expression to construct a new expression, a new real number, which you can show is not in the previous list of numbers. It's kind of reflexive. You might want to revisit this proof. This is of a similar reflexive type. And here you do the thing, you assign to statements Gödel numbers, and then you produce a statement that uses the Gödel number of the very same statement. Okay? And then you arrive at such a contradiction. And as you can see, we defined axiomatic system. We defined what it is to be provable, and therefore what it means to be disprovable. That means if you can prove the opposite, if you can prove the negation. And we defined what is consistent. So according to our definitions, we fully understand this theorem. We understand the statement the theorem makes. The proof is a different matter. Okay, so at this place I will rest with the development of the language we're going to use to define axiomatic set theory, which that we will start next time. And we will start by looking at the element symbol, which is nothing but a predicate of two variables, because it takes a variable on the left, x, element y, a variable on the right, where it's just a matter of notation to write the symbol in the middle rather than writing element brackets x comma y. Okay, it's just notational convenience, and we very often do this for predicates of two variables, that we write the name of the predicate in the middle, because it just saves you two brackets and a comma. But this will be the elementary predicate of two variables, and there is no other in set theory. Even the equal sign between sets will be defined in terms of the element sign. And from this one elementary predicate of two variables, which will not be further explained, there will be nobody explaining to you in axiomatic set theory what it actually means that x is an element of y. And indeed, x and y will both be sets. So there is no such hierarchy like you are a set, a grown-up set, but you're only an element. No, no, no. Sets can be contained in sets. And a priori, one could even think about the question, is a set an element of itself? There's no a priori reason why you would exclude this. It would give you some kind of recursion. And you could ask, can you construct a set of all the sets that do not contain themselves? If you don't like these sets containing themselves, you could think, well, let's constrain the set universe to all those sets that do not contain themselves. And then you very quickly, actually in 2 lines, you prove that this construction, we'll do this next time, is not a set. The set, or let me call it the collection of all the sets that do not contain themselves, you only use this element predicate, this is no longer a set, as you can prove by asking the question whether that set contains itself or not, and that is neither provable nor disprovable. Well, both leads to a contradiction. So that immediately shows, okay, so the naive set theory is tricky, and we need a system of axioms that regulates our use of the element predicate. Okay? Because we know nothing of it. We just know there it is, and now the axioms give you rules of how to deal with it. It's a kind of an operational definition. Okay? you see if it behaves like this or if you use it like this, then you get what we can construct sets. There are some axioms that tell you these and those sets exist. For instance, there exists an empty set. Or if you have a set, there exists the power set of the set. That's the set of all the subsets of the set. You have to postulate this by axiom. And all the other sets we're actually going to construct from these previous sets. Well, in fact, you can show that the only set you really need to postulate is the empty set. So in principle, every set we're ever going to talk about is ultimately constructed from the empty set. The set that contains the empty set and the set with the element empty set, stuff like this. Okay? But there are actually, I think, 9 axioms. We'll see, depends on how you write them down, the number varies slightly. There are about 9 axioms that you can, or 8 I think I wrote down, that you can write down that regulate set theory and that reproduce the set theory on which all of modern mathematics is built. And occasionally, so you have an axiom that's called the axiom of choice, for instance, famously, or Zorn's lemma, some people call it, the axiom of choice. And you wonder, well, do you really want to have that, and why do we need to be so picky about the axioms of set theory? Well, for instance, if you do not postulate the axiom of choice, you cannot prove, that every vector space has a basis. Now this we use very often. So you see, already in our building down there, where we're talking about sets, there are some screws you have to justify in order to have the whole building stand as we want it to stand. Okay? And there are other examples for that. So at least for completeness, and that's the purpose of today's lecture and of the next lecture, is to really look at the foundations of the subject, to have a good and justifiably good feeling about the further constructions that are to come. See you next time with axioms of set theory. Thank you.
That is an unbelievably fucking good lecture series.
Maybe. Hey, where'd Kaine go?
I knew this was a terrible idea. Haunted manors and the like. Oh, why does no one ever listen to me?
It's locked.
Help! Somebody get me out of here!
What's this? The picture has changed. did they crawl from?
Feel.
You're an adult. Male. Maybe 40?
You got all that from my footsteps?
It's not hard once you know how.
And I suppose I should tell you about my friend Vice.
I only heard one set of footsteps.
Grimoire Weiss does not strut about like a common land mammal. But enough of this introductory chatter. Let us hear your tale.
My name is Emile. I'm the master of this manor.
You the kid who sent a letter to my little girl?
Letter? I don't know anything about a letter.
No, of course not. Such a thing would be far too simple.
No, stay back.
Huh?
I'm sorry. It's my eyes. Anything I look at gets turned to stone. That's why I live with this blindfold.
What a remarkable skill. I have never heard of such a thing.
Anyway, my butler might know more about the letter you received. My key can unlock any door in the manor. So, if you want to follow me...
That's all right. We can get around on our own.
Oh. Well, okay. Here's the key. The butler's quarters are at the far end of the manor. Let me give you a map. It's a big place, and I don't want you to get lost.
Think we should look for Kaine?
Leave her. That woman is capable enough on her own.
True enough.
Aha, I knew this was a trap. Curse my brilliant intuition.
Somebody. Anybody.
Shades!
That was absolutely fucking bullshit.
Damn it! Shut it!
They will.
Is that another one? It moved.
What's the matter?
Sir? This.
Yes, this is my butler. He helps me out around the manor. He's a good man at heart, but a bit inflexible. Almost like a statue.
Yes, and I do apologize for that, Master Emile.
I doubt he's even human.
Look, someone sent a letter to my daughter.
Yes, I wrote the letter. Please forgive my impertinence in sending it. As you may know, Master Emile, deeply pained by his eyes, has shut himself away from the world. He suffers greatly behind that blindfold, and I feel it is my duty to help however I can. I heard tale of your courageous exploits, and so I sent a letter under Master Emile's name. But I received a response from one Miss Yona instead.
So you wrote the letter?
I did, sir. My letter merely requested that you come to the manor. I meant no ill intent.
I believe Yona saw the exchange somewhat differently.
She's just a kid. She probably didn't understand what was going on.
Regardless, I am quite pleased to see you here. Long have I dreamed of the day when we could cure Master Emile's eyes.
I think you want a doctor. I'm just a big guy who kills things.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. Well, off we go then.
Please, we're so close. The cure for Master Emile's condition is located in this very manor.
So why don't you just go get it?
The location of the cure has become a den for those abominable shades, and I lack the skill to combat them. I beg of you, defeat these shades and restore Master Emile's sight.
You know this is an impossible task. Why would you ask it of our guests?
Well, we've no more time to waste.
We'll do it.
We will.
The more shades we kill, the better Yona's chances. Plus, we have to find Kaine anyway.
1,000 thank yous. I owe you a debt that can never be repaid.
I know it's a lot to ask. I'm sorry. At least I can petrify your enemies. That's gotta be some help, right? I'm sorry. My butler thinks so much of me. But for him to make such outlandish requests... I'm coming with you. It's unfair to let you go on your own. Besides, it might be fun to put my eyes to good use for once.
Is that missable? That would suck.
This is it. We should find the cure somewhere nearby.
I do not like anything about this place.
Why does every book I meet have a bad attitude?
Oh, aren't we clever? Is it any mere tone compared to the wonderment that is Grimoire Vice? Petrifications of fearsome power indeed.
Is this bastard never gonna stop?
How many pages does this infernal book possess?
It's gotta be running low by now. Getting our asses handed to us by a floating dictionary.
This very strength is beyond measure.
So what's the plan then?
I am an arcane text, not some manual of combat. You are supposed to deal with such matters.
You guys run! I'll hold it off while you escape!
Who's this guy?
That's Emil. He's the kid that runs this.
Fuck, this book is a real asshole!
Yeah, I should have warned you about that, Emil.
Ah, the sweet dulcet tones of the woman ring in my ears yet again.
Let's go! This is my fight! I can't ask you to die for me!
Though words, yet I see your knees quake like warm butter.
Save the heroics for when you're older, kid.
Would you all please just shut the hell up and fight?
Am I bugging you, Kaine?
I'm just saying, if you bastards want to have a goddamn civilized discussion on the merits of bravery and sacrifice, we can do it later!
Is this your way of encouraging us?
Have you listened to motivational speeches from a woman in her undergarments?
I guess so.
Now!
Weiss, this is it.
Annulling a petrification curse. Ah.
Oh no! This passage is written in some kind of code. We went through all this trouble to find it, and now...
Oh look, Jeeves is back.
Please allow me to handle this, Master Emil. I shall put all of my efforts into deconstructing this cipher. No matter how long it takes, I will not fail.
Sebastian.
Ah, so the servant has a name after all.
Emil, listen to me.
Yes? What is it?
Your eyes are not a sin. Don't ever be ashamed of them. They're part of you, a vital part of you. Do you understand?
How did you...
This arm, this creature, it's me. I thought I'd need it only until I found my vengeance. And once that happened, I figured it was all over. But there's a reason I'm alive, that my arm is alive. And there's a reason for your eyes, too.
Kaine.
But listen, if this shade should ever...
No! Kaine. Kaine, I promise I'll never give up. But you can't give up either.
Well, we're off.
Bye!
Listen, Yona's sick. She doesn't have a lot of friends. If you could send more letters, I'm sure she'd appreciate it.
I would be delighted, sir.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Hang in there. Next time we meet, perhaps I'll be able to look you in the eye.
I saw you exchange some words with that Emil lad earlier. Hopefully it was nothing inappropriate for a young man of his age. Speak the truth, hussy!
Book? Shut up.
Yeah, cram it, Weiss. We've got our hands on all the sealed verses now.
And now all that remains is to find this grimoire noir.
Oh, we'll find it. I know we will. Yona, come. You need your rest.
I'm sorry.
It won't be long, Yona. I have all of the sealed verses. Now, I just need to find Grimoire Noir.
It sounds dangerous. Will you be okay?
Don't worry about me.
Are you gonna make me better? Is my cough gonna go away?
Yona?
Dad, don't hate me for this. Okay?
What are you talking about?
It's just... I don't want you to hate me because of this disease.
A father could never hate his daughter. I'll see if Popola has more medicine.
It's about that time.
Yona doesn't have the strength to fight this disease.
We must find Grimoire Noir at once. Only this can save her.
Popola, her cough is getting worse.
Oh, that's not good.
I need more medicine, please.
The thing is, I actually just ran out. I hate to ask this, but can you get me some vapor moss? You'll find it growing near the southern gate.
You said vapor moss, right? I'll be right back. What is it? What happened?
Hurry.
He doesn't appear injured. I think it's just fatigue. I can't imagine how hard it is to run all this way without sight.
Are you all right, Emil?
I can see it.
Enough. Don't talk.
The air. It's vibrating. I can feel it behind my eyes. So much pressure. Oh God, there's so many of them.
So many what?
Get out. Get out of the village. The shades are coming.
They're here.
Outside, now! Shades are storming the village!
hell's going on?
No time. Get everyone into the library. Someone make sure Yona's safe!
Don't worry. I'll go and get her. Just don't get yourself killed, alright?
Go, Devil Up. Damn it! What are Shades doing here?
Dispatch these smaller ones as fast as you can.
Every last one.
Those are hardly worthy of us.
Come on. Bring everything you've got.
Pathetic. Even in death, they disgust me.
We're all going to die.
Hurry! Hurry! Get the wounded to the library!
Dear God, what is that bruise?
Something is gonna die.
The arms are vulnerable when it attacks.
Guess I should get closer and make an attack.
Find an opening for your attack.
I'm trying!
Are you fucking kidding me? I was nowhere near the fucking blast wave. This is bullshit.
Hurry, lest the village be reduced to ashes!
Rip it off.
That ain't good.
A regenerating shade. How will we even know if our attacks are working?
Just have to keep hitting it until it stops moving. We can climb up here!
This interior is more vulnerable.
So throw some magic in its mouth and then look out?
Son of a bitch, I didn't expect him to make it down here.
Look where he's going.
Like hell he is.
That doesn't look good.
We can't let him get to the library no matter what.
was awesome.
Kinda.
Underestimate us at your own peril, fiend.
Keep hitting it. At some point, it's gotta start working.
Is she trying to raise our morale, or is she honestly that insane?
Probably both. Let's go.
It's retreating to the library.
No! That's where Yona is!
You're gonna die today, shithog!
Oh, come now, that's not even a real word.
Looks like you've learned how to swing that thing.
So glad you know. You really know how to put up a fight.
Come on, keep pushing him! Die, you big shithead! Shit!
No.
Fuck you, I tried.
Underestimate us at your own peril, fiend.
Keep hitting it! At some point, it's gotta start working!
Is she trying to raise our morale, or is she honestly that insane?
Let's go.
It's retreating to the library.
No! That's where Yona is!
You're gonna die today, shithog!
Come now, that's not even a real word.
Looks like you've learned how to swing that thing.
So glad you know. You really know how to put up a fight.
You're almost there. Keep pushing.
Come on, keep pushing it! Die, you big shithead!
Oh, come the fuck on! How the fuck am I supposed to get up there in time? This is unfucking... Oh my fucking god, stop! Jesus Christ, this is garbage.
Did you leave your strength in your other pair of undergarments?
Fuck you.
Shit!
No.
Unfucking believable.
Underestimate us at your own peril, fiend.
Keep hitting it! At some point, it's gotta start working!
Is she trying to raise our morale, or is she honestly that insane?
Probably both. Let's go.
It's retreating to the library.
No! That's where Yona is!
You're gonna die today, shithog!
Come now, that's not even a real word. You're almost there. Keep pushing.
Looks like you've learned how to swing that thing. pushing him! Die, you big shithead!
Come on, I can't fucking see. Oh my god. This fucking undulation. Fuck me.
Hold on, Yona. I'm coming. Emil, you can't keep fighting like this.
Get out of there, Emil! I refuse to abandon these people now. You told me once that my eyes had value, that I shouldn't be ashamed of them. You told me that even a life such as mine had purpose. I won't just sit around and let you fight while I stay behind.
Just don't die on me.
I won't, Kaine. Let's take care of this shithog.
I like it.
Can't let any more shades in here.
Emil! Is there no way to kill this infernal thing?
Shit!
He's healing too quickly.
We need a better plan.
Perhaps we could chase him to the basement and seal him there. Those walls are thick rocks. I doubt even this beast could break them.
Works for me.
Great! I love basements.
Lewis, push him to the basement.
Give me the key!
Right.
No.
You're such a dumb asshole.
Dear God.
Yona!
Is that the leader of these creatures?
This sucks.
Finally.
Where am I?
It's been a long time, Grimoire Weiss.
Who are you? What is this place?
I am Grimoire Noir. I am you.
What? Impossible.
Do you not remember, Grimoire Weiss? We too serve a higher purpose.
Enough lies. Stay back.
Why do you try to suppress the memory? Do you fear hurting someone close to you?
Preposterous.
You are preposterous. We are mere books created to serve the Shadow Lord. You have no right to forsake him.
The Shadow Lord.
Do you remember our ultimate goal?
Our ultimate goal.
White and black shall fuse to one and set free shades to the world.
Fuse us? No, I cannot. I will not. I will never.
Your chance encounter with this man. Your collection of the sealed verses. It was all set in motion by the Shadow Lord himself.
No. Lies.
The time has come for us to create a new and perfect world. We shall become as one, you and I.
Become one.
Weiss, you dumbass!
Kaine.
Start making sense, you rotten book, or you're gonna be sorry. Maybe I'll rip your pages out one by one, or maybe I'll put you in the goddamn furnace. How can someone with such a big smart brain get hypnotized like a little bitch, huh? Oh, Shadow Lord, I love you, Shadow Lord. Come over here and give Weiss a big sloppy kiss, Shadow Lord. Now pull your head out of your goddamn ass and start fucking helping us!
I am one with the Shadow. Bitch.
We grimoires exist to create in this world a new and just paradise. You and I must unite. The world demands it.
Paradise?
Yes, and we are so close to realizing it.
Please don't go, Weiss.
Who's there?
It's okay. I'll understand. I'll understand if you forget us. But I promise, I won't forget you. I'll remember you, no matter what. I will keep the memory of Grimoire Weiss alive forever. And that's not all I'll do. I'll chase you to the end of time, and I'll bring you back to us! Vice, please! Please come back to us!
Damn it, we need to stop him! If we don't do something, that black book will absorb Vice!
Black, white, black, white.
Yes, now we shall unite in common purpose. Then the world can bear witness to our true power.
Vice! We've got to.
For the last time, my name is Grimoire Vice, and it is not to be abbreviated.
Vice!
Vice!
Good to see you, Kaine. Although I don't think anyone has ever accused me of being a little bitch before. And you, we meet again.
Vice, you okay?
I believe I could ask you the same question right now.
Impossible. We must unite. We must become as one.
I don't like you, and I want nothing to do with you. Besides, I have my companions. Of course, they're weak, and they whine when I leave. It's almost too much trouble. But they are my friends. I shall fight by their side, now and forever.
Vice, thanks.
Damn you! Our true memories are still there. How dare you ignore them?
Perhaps you should have scribbled them in my margins. Let us start by dispatching the nearby distractions. I can't use my magic. The fiend has stolen the sealed verses!
You sound a little nervous there, Vice.
Oh, it will take more than that to make us flinch. You are the last one left, Noir. Impertinent fool.
My favorite.
This library isn't gonna hold for long.
We must finish this quickly. Here it comes! Stay away!
You will understand in time.
Yuna.
Get up!
No!
Give my daughter back.
No matter how things unfold, it all returns to us. All of it.
Yuna. Yuna. Yuna.
Are you okay?
Yuna.
Is this blood?
The fight's over. And I think we lost.
We?
Sorry. I think this is it for me, too.
Kaine!
Oh, quit crying. Look, before I go, we need to take care of this guy. Emil.
Yeah?
I want you. I want you to petrify me. Use me to keep this thing locked away.
No! I can't!
Kaine, stop it.
He's right! It's suicide! You can't do it! I won't let you!
Powers exist to protect others, right? Come on. Let's do it.
Kaine!
Just do it, Emil.
But...
He's going to break down the fucking door!
I don't know what to do!
I don't know if I make this choice, if I can just restart from here. I gotta look that up real quick. Because I want all the endings, but not at the cost of having to do all that shit again. Luckily for me, because the controller disconnected and I no longer have control over the fucking game, I have to do it again anyway, so fuck me. God fucking damn it. Fuck you, Chrome. It's all your fucking fault. Fucking kidding. All I want to do is look this fucking thing up. Oh, I did manage to save it. That's fucking stupid you have to do that.
God damn it. We don't have a choice.
Kaine.
No more crying, okay?
Okay.
Grow strong. Never lose hope. Nice.
Spare me the goodbye, hussy. I imagine it will take more than this to kill you.
I doubt it.
It looks better not in the cutscene because it's 4K, and the cutscene is like 720p.
Wait for me, Yuna. Wait for me, Kaine. I swear.
Don't let your guard down. I guess that was a tad obvious. Enough horseplay. Enough horseplay. We've taken more casualties.
They just keep coming.
Hold on, so there's a very real possibility that I am already fucked. Let's see. So I got Gebu, but I didn't get Hodo. Am I already fucked? Do I have to already reload? Let's see. Yeah, doesn't fucking say. It just says that Gebu and Hodo are missable. It doesn't say after that one encounter, you're fucked.
We'll be attacked again unless we move.
Look at him. Look what they've done to him!
The Shades are even attacking the village now.
And armored ones, no less. This village of yours seems to be changing for the worse.
We didn't ask for this. It's all the Shadow Lord's fault. That one day changed everything.
5 long years.
It's been 5 years since they took my daughter. And I spend every waking moment searching for her. And I found nothing save heartache and despair. This world is winding down. Between the Shades and the Black Scrawl, there won't be anyone left soon. But I don't care. My life now is hunting Shades, searching for information. Someday I'll find a clue that will lead me to the Shadow Lord. I believe that. I have to.
Hey.
Yeah.
We sure lost a lot of time with that.
It's the fucking joys. Who thought that was a good idea? Who thought, like, if you don't get the fucking 2 words in this one encounter, that it's impossible to? Who thought, you know, like, that sounds reasonable. That sounds right to me.
Enough horseplay.
There's Hodo. I have Gebu though.
We've taken...
They just...
Enough horseplay.
Yeah, man. Hello, invisible wall. I like to make it sort of sun.
It just...
I also don't have any words attached to it. That would be for the better. I'm not gonna do it until I get the stupid fucking words.
Enough horseplay.
I don't want that. I want the fucking word. Wow, that was even worse. I did shit.
Enough horseplay.
One. There we go. I think I was wrong.
Enough horseplay.
Okay, boot. Hodo. Okay, boot. Hodo. Totally unnecessary, but okay. Nice to know. I'm fucking illiterate.
They just keep coming. We'll be attacked again unless we move.
Look at him.
The Shades are even attacking the village now.
And
we didn't. It's been 5 years since they took me.
Yep. Saw that.
Hey.
Yeah.
We sure lost a lot of time with that.
Yeah.
Give me the thing. Thank you. Some herb. I don't know if the spear is better than my sword, though. Let's see. Oh, it's 221. Whereas Beastbane is also 221, but it has more magic power, and it's heavy. I'm gonna stick with this at least until I can upgrade it. Stick the yeah, as it were. Side quests, not until I talk to Popola.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy now. Curse my tired old bones.
Hey!
You do. I am fabulously wealthy. Why not? And of course, we're sitting at the perfect quest percentage, which is 51.
Why am I the only one working this hard?
They didn't bother to fix the roof. Be right back. I need something to drink. Okay, we're gonna save her daughter. Something, I don't know. That is a lot of shit to request.
Hey!
Thieves in the village. I can't believe it.
You could call it a sign of the times. Rare is the man who steals out of choice, as opposed to need.
I knew it. This is what.
Sup?
I knew it.
Hey, about that! Oh, it's you, eh? Well, I'm counting on you.
Curse my tired old bones.
You know what?
Hey.
Man, I'm bushed. Oh, you. Yeah, I'm kind of busy now. What's new?
Using children as tools of thievery. Unthinkable.
And yet it's the reality the village faces. Things are more desperate than I knew.
If we hope to restore the lives of the villagers, we must cull as many shades as we can.
Yeah.
Calm yourself. Haste will only lead you to making an ill-timed mistake. An unstable heart is the worst armor one can have.
No time for that, Vice. Gotta get to Yona.
Hello, dearie.
Hello!
A trading mission, huh?
Is something the matter?
No, it's just that I've never left here before. I'm just wondering what it's like to see a new place. Someday, I hope to take Yona on a journey like this.
And someday you shall.
I will. I'm sure of it. Hey.
That old woman, is it?
Yeah.
Perhaps a visit to her home is in order.
Sup? Hey! What's new?
Hey!
So the mermaid tear was being sent to her.
That thing must stir up some powerful memories.
But it is far too late to bring it to her now.
No, it's not.
I certainly hope so.
的。
Hi. Hey.
I wonder if these people use the same mask for life.
I hadn't thought about it. Hope they wash those things.
Oh, you. Yeah, I'm kind of busy now. If only our harvest is going so poor lately.
Their armor's too strong.
They seem to have developed some manner of bodily protection. It seems these creatures too follow the prescripts of evolution.
Well, if I can't knock it off, I'll just have to crush it. Shell and all.
To be amiss with these creatures.
Well, yeah, they're shaped.
That is not what I meant. I'll explain it.
You think about it while I kill them.
Fucking finally!
Welcome, sir. Master Emil is waiting in his chambers.
Oh, hey there, guys!
Hey there, Emil. How goes the search for a cure?
Nothing yet, but I did find this. There's a section of this manor called the planning room, and I think...
You think this room will let you harness the ability to control all forms of magic, correct?
Actually, yeah. Or even if it doesn't, something there might point us in the right direction.
Sounds like a plan.
There's an entrance in the courtyard. It's not far.
All right, let's go find it.
If this room truly contains the power to control all magic, I can use it to cure my eyes.
It would also allow us to free Kaine from her petrified condition.
Wow, Vice. I didn't think you cared.
Perhaps this tome is getting a bit sappy in his old age.
Is this it? Warning. This facility... I can't read the rest. Something about a seal.
If someone bothered to attach a warning to this room, I doubt...
Emil, what is it?
Nothing. It's nothing, I'm fine.
would appear this used to be some manner of magical laboratory.
This must have been where I was...
Emil,
I'll be okay. We need to keep going. I'm sorry.
Project number 6. Was this some sort of weapons laboratory?
Something from the old world, I guess.
What was I doing here?
I have doubts as to whether or not Emil will be able to continue.
I'm fine. Let's just go.
What makes me the jackwagon? Also, hello, I've been streaming for 11 hours.
Hey, Emil. You sure you're okay?
I'm a weapon? What does that even mean? What am I?
It seems as if he's trying to remember something.
You're going to be okay.
Am I? Am I really?
Your past makes no difference. We'll support you no matter what.
At any rate, you would hardly be the first member of our merry band to have issues.
remember now. I remember everything. We used to be humans. Normal humans. Just a bunch of regular human kids like you'd see anywhere. And then we came here. They wanted to turn us into weapons. So they used magic to perform terrible experiments on us. Eventually they succeeded. They managed to create a perfect weapon. The name of that weapon was Number 6. But soon they lost control of Number 6, and the experiment was deemed a failure. They had to create a weapon that could petrify Number 6 and seal it away. So they created me. I'm Number 7. I'm a weapon.
Weapon or not, you're still just a meal to us.
Thank you. This is Number 6.
It's one of the most ridiculous boss fights.
She's my sister.
This entire game.
This thing is alive?
My sister is the greatest weapon ever made, and...
Yes, what of it?
With her power behind us, I could eradicate my petrification curse.
What do we do?
First, you have to promise me something.
Yeah?
If my sister somehow manages to swallow me up, my original self becomes lost. I'm afraid I may try to hurt all of you. And if that happens...
No, don't!
I want you to kill me.
You have to get him out of there, now!
I'm on it. We're not going to lose anyone else!
Hurry, there's still time to save the lad!
I know there is!
Magic is the only way to damage this one!
Stop hopping around and fight me!
Stay your weapons! Such attacks will hurt Emil as well!
How is magic getting different?
The lad is highly resistant to it.
Let's kill that thing with magic and get Emil out of there!
Sheathe your sword. A blow from it would doubtless harm the boy. You must use magic to defeat this beast.
us.
Thank you. Aloha.
Emil!
Yeah?
Are you all right?
I'm still alive! I can feel my sister's power flowing! I can control my abilities now!
Yes, we're all quite pleased. Now get out here already!
Just a second. I can't see very well. No! Don't!
Good God.
Welcome back, Emil. You've been through a lot.
But my body...
Yeah, I know.
I can't stand to be with you when I look like this.
What did I tell you? We're here for you, no matter what. Can you see my face?
You look just like I thought you would. You look really cool.
Knock it off.
I think I'm okay now. I know this is how I look. I was terrified at first, but I think I'm okay with it. I have the magic I wanted, and I can use it to bring Kaine back to life.
Emil.
We should hurry. She's waiting. I sure hope seeing me doesn't petrify her. You know, in fear.
I see this transformation has not stolen your terrible sense of humor.
Whenever I interacted with Kaine, I was reminded about...
That's the point of no return. After that point, you can never go back. Well, I mean, there's the point of no return in part 1. And then there's this point of no return you really can't fucking go back from. When you reload your clear save, you end up right there every single fucking time. Fun fact. Also, fun fact, I've been streaming for 12.5 hours, and I'm going to take a break, because holy shit. So, yeah, thanks for watching.